Okay, testing, testing. Hello, hello, hello. I always forget to put the starting screen sign. Hello. Does this sound decent? I have no idea what I'm doing every time I do this. I just like do whatever for the first couple minutes, trying to make sure everything works. I just wonder, how does it sound? Hey, testing, testing. Hello. Oh, that's like very good. Okay, I don't care. I think I've got a pretty good rhythm going. There's some new Arknights like CN server music. So I'm just using that because it's new and it's cool. I think it's for the like, new Arc Hub. What's the name of the song? It's Sys Act 1 Arc Hub X. I don't know. It's interactive exhibition, which I have no idea what that is. It's not the I don't think it's the semi-open world like base 2.0 thingy they have. I will say though, every time I open up YouTube, I always get greeted with something brand new because I use specifically Evil Wolf, which is like a kind of like a pseudo incognito browser. Every time I open up a new instance, even if it's not incognito mode, it's still like kinda. And I always get hit with a lot of YouTube experiments, and they're very annoying. Every day it's a brand new one. This time there's no autoplay feature. Like the autoplay button doesn't exist. It seems like there's no autoplay on videos. So I'm hoping like a random video doesn't like start playing. Because every time I do this, obviously, I get random videos since I'm not signed in, and I have one video of history for the algorithm to base off of. So I get the generic what a brand new user to YouTube gets slop content in the recommended. But it also means that if autoplay is on, even if I'm in a playlist, because this does happen, even if I'm in a playlist, it will sometimes autoplay out of the playlist into one of those random videos of YouTube slop. And that's what I end up having to listen to for a couple of seconds in the middle of my music vibing. Not a fun time. Yeah. On another note though, I started 3D printing some stuff for a cosplay thing I'm doing. I don't know if I'll post about it, mostly because like IRL content things are not my thing. But that's not the problem now. We'll figure that out later. I think everything should be good now. Welcome to Godot, of a system I do not know how to use, but I pretend to know how to use. Just slurping up some nice cold morning water or whatever. Keeps the vocal cords fresh. So, today is going to be quite an interesting day for game development. Honestly, yesterday I was like so sleepy. Well, I'm hoping not to be as sleepy today. But yesterday while I was doing DMD, I was on limits. I was like tired. I cannot wait. In a week from now, we should be getting the desktop PC client official for Arknights. And given how Enfield works on Linux, which it does pretty easily too, it was a very easy setup. Like it's literally just. It was the first time I ever used Proton on Linux for Steam, and now I use it for everything else, and it's like, it was like so easy. I'm hoping the same thing will be true for regular Arknights. And if it's off the same Griffline, which it might be, I haven't looked too much into the news. If it's off the same Griffline launcher, I should be golden. And I would love that, because I have tried so hard. I used to use Android Studios as my, because it's an Android emulator mostly for app development, but I used it just to try and get architecture, and it used to work. It was a bit crude. There was a bunch of like fake phone sidebar stuff that Android Studios puts in for some reason. It's weird. I don't know, whatever. Android Studio moment. There probably are settings to get around it. I didn't know what they were, so I didn't bother. And I am not, hold up, I am not do not disturb on Discord. Oopsies, I'm getting Discord notifications. And what I will say is Yeah, I tried Android Studio and it just didn't work. It used to work until the actual audio update, Master Travel, and it stopped working. And I tried so many other things. I tried Wayland, using obviously, is it just Wayland? Oh well, it's Waydroid, which uses the Wayland. I don't know what it's called. Like it's like X or X11, but Wayland instead. Whatever. I don't know. I'm not. I use Linux, but I'm not particularly techy with Linux, so I mostly just know how to operate the system with Mint, because Mint is chill, Mint is peak. And then I also tried virtual machines, but then you also, I think you just can't really get GPUs going on VMs, so it's like, well, that's about all I can do there. What else did I try? I also tried a Google Chrome extension using ungoogled Chromium, because I refused to download regular Google Chrome. And that didn't work. I think I tried something else too. Nothing worked. It was so bad. So in a week from now, Arknights is going to be on PC. I'm hoping it's going to work very flawlessly day one, and I will stream Arknights on occasion, alongside the other streams. I don't think I'll do candle streams though, because I usually do it with a friend. So I probably won't be streaming that. But I do AMDs. I might do Reflection, Reflectio Ricardo, because I'm late to the party on that. I don't know if I'll be able to clear it 100% though. I might just wait till next Canto, when I can beat it up with level 65 Supremacy. Or I can try it at level 60 just for the fun of it. I'll have to think about it. Other than that though, I don't know. That's about it. Unit creation topics. Yes, so the idea I'm kind of having is I've kind of thought about it a tiny bit, not too much honestly, and I think game managers should be able to handle it. I'm just kind of afraid that game manager is going to be very code slop and very overpacked with code. So I might have to start to modularize my code a lot more than I'm currently doing. Because it's a bit too, it looks like it's going to get a bit too packed together into one script. The problem is that, like, turn-based combat is so, like so sequential. There's not a lot of moving parts I have to worry about. Like with like open, like more like animated game styles, like my Scratch and Hunter and the game I'm gonna make with that similar system, right? Like I had an issue where I was not modularized enough in Scratch because Scratch actively discourages modularizing your code. You don't have inheritance structures, you don't have really good communication between sprites and sprite clones. It was very hard to get stuff working in that regard. You sometimes have to spend an entire frame of wait because it can't like inject code sequences in your main script sequence. It's really annoying. And it just overall was very clunky to use. So I had to build everything into these big modules. Like the weapon had 7,000 blocks because I wanted all weapons to be the same. And normally you could have an inheritance structure where you have the concept of a weapon and like an object-oriented code. You would have different weapons that are different objects that reference that overall structure. You can't do that in Scratch, so all of that had to be one giant sprite, as they are called in Scratch. Absolutely terrible. I could not read that code. I could not maintain that code. That code was bad, and also just so sloppy. At least I didn't have like 7 different weapons I had to each change a minor foundational feature on, which was the best part. But like inheritance structures are like literally how you solve that issue. So it was very bad. The problem with this system though is everything is from the JSON, right? So you have like all of your JSON code. And this is like everything. This is all the unit data. That's all of your unit data. All of your action data. all of your statuses, and even your console is here, but like your console is managed by something else. But this giant JSON package is going into your game. So then you have your game. And all your game can do really is it has a console, which kind of interacts with the console section here. Like these two kind of interact. But everything else here is kind of under the game manager. And you can modularize this a tiny bit. Like I can have different classes. Like there's a bunch of different classes I can have, and then of course there are the entire function bank, which also goes into functions being JSON encoded, which then can actually heal into that. The problem, the problem with this though is that like everything is under the game manager, and at best I can modularize with classes, but like everything needs to be processed by this one system. So it's like game manager is going to be very, very overcrowded, and this is the case with my Scratch version of the Planus Rolecall system. Everything was under the game manager. I can probably open it up. Let me get I can open it up real quick just to showcase what I mean. Off of the spooky world of Scratch. How hideous. Whoa, we're going through this then. We'll go back to Godot coding soon, trust. But like, List Manager here is essentially what Game Manager is going to be on my Godot system, where it just has literally everything, because you can't, I mean, at best, like, a lot of this is functions, which I can modularize out, but this is the manual system. This doesn't have all the automated functionality, right? So, like, in this system, right, we're missing, like, any action cue sequencing. All of that has to be done manually and kept in a manual, like, mental checklist on my whiteboard that I have hung on my wall right now. Blessed portable whiteboard. Like, but like, all of this is like stuff that would be on the game manager. All of this character creation network stuff. A lot of this is all status functions. This would all be, but like the nature of a status reading function, like I can probably put that in a different class, or in this case, different resource. But like this is all going to be going to be JSON code that I read in, and I have to interpret and then send down the function pipeline. Which really, this function, I made this box really small. This one's also going to be massive, and then the game manager is also going to be massive because the function database is going to have all these functions. I can modularize that to more, but then that kind of makes things a bit annoying. Just for thinking about code organization and not getting a headache over reading a 5,000 line script would be terrible to me. But like every single function is in here to process all of this unit data and all of that. So that's kind of the nature of that. Anyways, speaking of the game manager, right? So the game manager, I don't feel like writing very concretely. But the game manager here, we're gonna essentially just have just a list of characters, and each character is gonna be one of these resources. Which technically I don't use the word character. I use character just because it's probably a bit of a better term to look at. But really, we're looking at the term unit. So it's gonna be a list of units. And the unit resource here. Unit resource is kind of, what did I say? It's gonna have a couple pieces of data. So first of all, obviously it's gonna have the dictionary, which is gonna be, attributes and stuff. So the base data would be under that. You can close this out. I don't need this anymore. There we go. So that's kind of where the base data would be going. how far have I? So I only added that variable. That was the only thing I have, because this is like exactly how the action script worked. Although it had different things. The QID. That's a discussion in itself. I'm not gonna go into how QID worked. Or more so how it would have worked and that had not implemented. That would have been a pain to implement, although I do need to implement it one day or another. So, such is the way of the world. Also, probably at the 1 hour mark of the stream, I'm gonna like probably pop away for 5 minutes. I do need to frequently check my 3D print. I have started, so I didn't mention it, I started 3D print, I didn't go to that story. So I am 3D printing stuff now. I am printing some cosplay things. And it's a 17-hour print, so it's gonna be done at like 1 AM, I think. I probably could have turned the speed up, but I didn't want to play risky with that. Maybe after the stream I'll turn up the speed. The problem, yeah, it might not be done till tomorrow. That's gonna suck. Cause just like 17-hour prints is never a fun time. Actually, it might be 19 hours. No, it's 19 hours. 17 was the old figure, but 19 is the new figure. So it's a 19-hour 3D print, and 19-hour 3D print, and I started around 7 AM. So it would even if I ran it non-stop, it wouldn't be done until 18. Wait, it wouldn't be done till 2 AM. Yeah, that's a long wait. But anyways, dictionary data, basically just the base data here. Alongside that, so this is gonna have a couple things. So this is gonna have all the attributes, and then of course all the statuses too. I don't have to worry about conditions here. Conditions were kind of pseudo statuses that I had in Planus Rolecall. This system does not have to worry about that. Very, very nice. It was kind of bad. Let me actually pull up the game so I can actually talk about things in detail, right? So, this is all this is all just the base data. This is the JSON data. That's what the dictionary is going to have. At any time, I would just have the data tree fetch data request from the hooligan. And I have a function that would kind of be fetch data for this specific dictionary just to make things easier on myself. Of course, action queuing, actions here. And then the thing about current light and stuff, that will all be dictionary managed. I can probably do that very simply. Now, the biggest thing is how a unit will interact with another unit. And I think, like, I could theoretically put a signal, but like, the issue with doing like a signal request here is that a signal is one way, right? I have to signal back, but like, I'm trying to get variable data and such from the game manager list, because this is what I'm really referencing. I don't know. Godot, I can probably actually copy the list into the unit data. I don't know if it actually works, but if I can have the list copy here, I don't think deep copy is technically the word. I think it is actually like a shell copy, because you want to actually you want to keep the pointer to this list, so I can actually reference this list via this variable. I think that should work. I don't know how Godot works with object-oriented style data typing and just having object copies and stuff. So I'm gonna have to figure that out, because I have not really done much with Godot in a couple months, and I'm like relearning how this thing works with my already very rudimentary knowledge. That's pretty much. I don't know what else I actually need for this, for the units. Just because, like, at the end of the day, the actions are gonna maintain a lot of stuff. But actions are gonna be, oh yeah, they do actually need to hold save dice. So units don't have save dice here yet. So obviously save dice list. It's more like an array, but you know, they're just called arrays in this. You can though. Save dice list will be important. So this goes back to how Starter City actually works, because again, this is the system I'm building off of for this project before I actually use my own system, just because this system is fundamentally way simpler and way easier to code off of. A big part of it, of course, if you go to I don't know how to use this page at all. A big thing is save dice and being able to save dice after an action, specifically defensive dice. So that's going to be a list I have to manage there. Because actions, so the way it's going to work is that I get unit data under this dictionary. This, so I put attribute statuses, does also have actions under here. So with actions, right? Actions are going to be something we probably will get to today, because I'm going to mostly be focusing on trying to test things with the user data and building functions around manipulating that. The thing about actions, right, is that they of course also have the dictionary, because actions are also coded under this JSON system, right here, this JSON system. And we're gonna get to proper visualization later. We do actually have console visualization. So if I do display, skill, hooligan knife 1, I do actually have a rudimentary display system, no symbols or icons or anything, just pure text. Because again, this is a system that I can develop purely off of the console and then just expand it to a more visual system. So that's pretty cool. The thing about actions though is the dice nature is that from this dictionary, any dice that are saved, which I'll probably have like a specific list that monitors which dice have been used up for the clash routine. Clash routine is going to be very important here. There's going to be a lot of clash functions. Like a lot of clash functions here. Just because how dice work in this in Starter City is it's not complex, but there's a very specific algorithm that I need to follow that requires a lot more memory manipulation, like just having a lot more memory of what's been used so far. But after that, anything that comes from this dice manipulation, that needs to get pulled into the save dice list as is appropriate. Yeah. Try to choke myself in water or something? Ooh. Anyways, so this goes into the fundamental game loop, which is under Game Manager, right? There's the list of units, and then there's also the issue of what's it called? Basically the clash sequencer. So this is where it's gonna get to save dice, speed dice. Units won't store their speed dice, and they're just gonna be attributed to the specific unit under this list. So speed dice list is gonna be here, and it's just gonna be each speed dice is gonna attribute to the unit. And then from the unit, we're gonna see what actions can you take, and then that would go into an action, which then goes into clash routine. That's gonna be the biggest part of the game manager. So the way I'm thinking of it right now is when you select the speed dice, you're gonna go to the specific unit, you're gonna go to the specific action, and then when you select that action, you will select a target from the list again. So we need all of those references, and that's gonna be when we get to actions, which we probably won't get to today. But when we get to actions, that's gonna be an issue. When we put that data back into this list of units, that's going to be when we go into the clash sequence, which is going to be an actual function. I'm mostly just keeping track of data that I need here and not worrying about the exact functions I need. But that's essentially what I'm going to be doing here. So that's how, and then any clash routine consequences are going to fetch back on the list, which then goes back here. So actions might end up having to store like their source, more on the concept of like when you're at, because this specific action isn't just actions in the backline ready to be queued. This is actions that are actively, well, I guess the term in Stardew City is skill. I should actually be using the correct terminology because I'm not. Skills, when they're actually active, that's when you get to physically causing the dash sequence. So, actually, I think there is a... I'm not signed in, that was just going to beg me for permissions or whatever, but there is a dash demonstrator here that kind of shows how that sequence works. But it's basically all of these rule sets to consider who's doing damage to who. So that's essentially what we're looking at here. So, I don't know how... See, I'm gonna probably have to look up a bunch of, I should probably actually get like, the Godot, get the, Godot docs resources out first. Because I actually don't remember how this plays out. So I'm gonna have to, like, read a bunch, aren't I? Yeah, because there's like a whole loading classes thing. Because I don't remember how this actually works. With importing resources and stuff. It's been way too long, and when I was actually developing stuff for a class project, I was mostly focusing on UI elements and not actual like hardcore game design. So I really don't know how Godot handles resources. And I guess I'll probably make a couple mistakes on stream, and we're just gonna have to figure it out. So, okay, there is the init function. Okay, so there is an init function which I can, that is inbuilt. Cool. That's useful to know. Just leave that there for now. So this is when we're actually going to get the dictionary and stuff, so... this is gonna be, so that's gonna be the data. I think I should be able to import the global data array. Just look up, and we'll test it later. So I don't need this exported. Game manager. Game manager unit list. I'll probably just do an array for this. I don't think I need like anything fancy with that. It's just an array. It's just the. Well, I guess I probably actually do want. Like honestly, dictionaries unironically are so nice, just because I can use key lookup and I don't have to worry about some specific form of index hierarchy. I feel like to some degree I'm probably making like a brutal optimization mistake or some brutal coding mistake by making everything a dictionary, but genuinely it just kind of like works well with the design philosophy I'm rolling with. So, so be it, I guess. Life is life, and I will figure out my mistakes through grave errors on my part. Oh wait, so I probably so I can probably I actually don't want to deep copy. I do want to actually deep copy data. I think so. It's deep copy, right? Let me see what duplicate does again. I need to make sure that I'm properly doing this. Okay, yes, that does fully duplicate it. Cool. Then we'll do that then. Let's just put true. Okay, but GM units list, we don't want to mutate this ever. We're just using this as a lookup, so that should be fine. And then obviously I want a specific fetch data for this too, which fetches off of our data set. Yeah. Function. I think it's just path string, if I'm not mistaken. And then we return an array. It should be fetch. It should be data tree dot fetch data. Could also do fetch safely, but I don't think I need fetch safely too often. I will need it later for iterators. Yeah, I should probably actually no, for units I don't need it because units don't have too much iterator stuff. At least at the moment, not an issue at the moment. So just return this. Cool. Alright, well that's awesome. I mean, that should be most of the things I need at the moment. Obviously, I'm gonna have to mutate stuff too, which I don't actually have currently, do I? I don't think I have a mutator yet, so I probably need to figure out how to make a proper mutator. I think whenever I get to this point of fetch element, I should be able to... Obviously, like, if it's a dictionary and array, I can just copy that portion and then just work off of that. This nesting is like so bad, honestly. I'm realizing like this is kind of slop code. I can probably optimize that way better. A lot of ternary. I'm addicted to ternary though, so like that's kind of par for the course. So I think with when I do mutate data, so I don't know why I use the term fetch and not just like get. I'm weird like that. I just change things up for no apparent reason. Yeah, so the thing, okay, so I do need to probably make the edit data first, but you know what, I'm gonna kind of jump around a lot. I can at least make sure that units are gonna function properly. Yeah, I'll just put this in Game Manager for now, and then we'll deal with that later. So file tree is this thing. This is all just file IO. So, this is when we get to a part of this which is called game stat. Oh, I didn't get that. When we get to game stat. So the thing about game stat is this has all the data of what units are going to be on at play. This can, of course, there's going to be functions that will create units as well. So I will actually make all of these things like functions. And actually, I should probably just make. Oh yeah, this is the function sync here. So, function add unit is going to be the specific code and then the data. I should probably actually return some data about if I replace an old unit. Just in case. You can have extra data just to have extra return data. Yeah, okay, so whoa. Hi. Okay, so basically all I have to worry about is just going through this units list for each unit here. When I get to this units thing, I just have to get all keys, and then for each key, the first key is the code, the second, and then for whatever reason, the way I run this, which I probably should, I just have this because there used to be more data because there used to be like starting position and stuff. And the reason there was starting position was, and I will still need that because actually, yeah, cause I also had like assets data here, like what assets it's using and stuff. And this is still important. So after I get the key, I go into the value, I see what unit it is, and then I go find the hooligan JSON, which is specifically, this is just the JSON name, hooligan.json, but it's shorthanding it. So it should just be going, it should just be able to go units and then hooligan, units slash whatever that unit's value in variable is. So is it a sign? Oh, is this get or add? Is it get or add? I actually don't remember how. Oh yeah, it gets a value and shows the key set. If the key exists, then you should maybe get, otherwise it won't. Oh yeah. So code would be the key. And if I do I need to have a default? Okay, so am I dumb? Is it that way, or is it? Oh, okay, this is not returning, am I? What did I do? Oh, am I actually messing up the one? Oh, but this is also a very anyways, yeah. Well, I guess I don't even need to return, because I mean, like, old data would be assuming it'd be the same code. I don't really need an array for this, just because, yeah. So I would just be returning the dictionary here, which is whatever it is. Can I specify that a dictionary of value dictionary? I don't know. But this would be a type dictionary, of course. What am I thinking about? Oh, it is never used, right? So, old data is there, and then after that, set key code to value. We can just do data. What's the boolean here? Oh, it's typing stuff. Okay. New manager.unit set. So I would just set the data, this data. I mean, that's just kind of essentially all it is. I don't think there's anything more to that. That's really all I get. It was like not complex. I don't know why I gave it up to be more than it was. But when we get into reading the archive, well, I suppose I could probably in the functions just have the initialize game stat function here. And game stat, I think, is just it's like literally like basically kind of like the root of the zip file. Yeah. This should just be game stat. Is it lowercase? Game stat. It's all lowercase. Cool. So in game stat, right? We go into game stat, and then we just look for units, and then go and get all the unit data, scene data, console data. Could go in there. And Game Manager will have the actual scene value here. And then console log will actually be pulled directly off of the game stat thing here. So we will start with under game stat, it should just be under scene. I'm taking the 0th index, aren't I? What? I mean, fetch data is an array, but I'm taking the next 0. Am I dumb? This is how I do it everywhere else, right? Anytime I fetch data. Data 0, yeah. Data tree.fetch data. So this theoretically should be fine, right? Oh wait, what? Game stat? Fetch data? Oh, I'm not taking, okay, that's why. Eh? Game stat is the string though. Oh, this one is. Right. Okay, it's just thinking about that. Because it's an array of unspecified things inside. Makes sense, sure. Console log, okay, and then after that, okay, so can I do get keys? I should be able to get keys. It will equal data tree dot fetch data from, or I can just do it for each. Okay, so how did I do this with console? I'm trying to remember how I did this like 5 days ago. Actually, it was like 4 days ago. Wasn't that long ago. What was I looking for? Oh yeah, it was fetch safety issues, right? So when it comes to space skills, each in this. So this is specifically for something like this. Oh, but this is an array. Right, this is an array, so it's... Oh, I can't actually do a... Okay, what am I doing? I can't do a for each. I think I was using arrays before, that's why I'm stupid. Consistently making major flaws in my reasoning. So I can't do what I was doing, because that's just not how it works. So I do need just need to have a unit keys, which is going to equal game int, entry dot fetch data, then it's going to be game stat, which is going to have the path of just units. And then I should be able to, okay, pass this to a dictionary. Okay, that's a bit of a fishy bit of code. If it ends up not being a dictionary, it does crash. Yeah, I think I should like have a safety thing here. This is going to having a better safety fetch, but for now I'm not going to worry about it. I'll worry about code safety and making sure everything works with improper data later. I just need to make sure that the theory of this actually works before I try and safeguard everything. Although I'm going to forget it at some point and then I'll realize way later that it doesn't work. But if the game stat doesn't have a list of units under a dictionary format, then that's an issue with the entire JSON file and not an issue with me at that point. That's just a skill issue on whoever made that JSON file. That's my belief at this point. Which is probably not the correct belief to have. But I don't care. Am I to care? No. Nah. So after that, we're just gonna go, and then keys is a list of strings, right? It's just, well, there's no way of constants. Oh, isn't it? Interesting. What? But it is an array though, right? Yeah. Okay, so we are going to do add unit with the code K, which is our key, and then data is going to be the data is going to be found. Okay, so I first need to find out what unit we're actually looking at. Var unit data is going to equal. It's going to be at data tree. Well, it's going to be at specifically game. I'm just going to use the game manager dot fetch data, and it's going to be at the path of units. I don't know if are my photos capitalized? They are. Units slash plus, and this is when it's going to come to. Oh wait, no, I need to find the unit name, which is going to be equal to From GameStat, it's gonna be datatree.fetch. So I didn't really need to do GameStat here, but this just it does make this way easier. GameStat, and then we're going to look for units slash plus the key plus slash unit so whatever is attributed to that value, and that should be the name of whatever I'm looking for. And if I don't find that, then again I'm gonna deal with that later. So add unit K, which is the key, and that goes with the value of game manager dot fetch data units slash plus the unit name, and that should hopefully work. This should hopefully work. If it doesn't, so be it. I don't know, we'll figure it out later. Figure it out when we get there. And we're just gonna run and then print. I don't know, can I print the entire dictionary unit list? Let's see if this works. Oh, this push console shouldn't even show up too, because this push console is gonna get deleted. It's gonna get deleted, it's gonna get murdered. Awesome, it doesn't work. Good to know, good to know. Oh, yeah. Because if the... Oh. Whoa, yeah, I guess I should just specify... I mean, I can just specify this as a variant, or just not return old data. Or just have a default. Can I just do that? Can I just do that? Is that bad? Probably is. Woo! It works! There's A1 and there's E1. I see them both. Huh. Wait, I kind of made a mistake though, didn't I? Okay, so... technically was incorrect. This is correct print, but incorrect solution to my problem. So, unit list should have a list of first it's gonna be a list of pairs. Not the fruit pair, but you know, pairs. A key value pair where the key is the unit signature, like A1, E1, so forth, so forth. The value is going to be the resource, the class, the object, which is going to be the unit object. I just put the dictionary value of things here, which is incorrect. We'll change that in a moment. But at least we know that some data seems to be working, and then we can start working on making the unit object. So this is good. This is some good progress we've got going here. Everything seems to be working pretty well. Thumbs up from me. Woohoo! You're making good progress here. So yeah. Then we add a unit. The issue is we're doing set, code, and then data. What we should be doing is we should be initializing a new unit object, which then has the dictionary here, and then the units list, which is going to be the game manager list of unit list here. So now I have to remember how initializing these things works. Oh, they want you to have default values? I should probably follow that then. Let's see what else I need to learn about resources here. So what are they actually trying to do here? Trying to figure out what they're actually doing here. So this is just a sprite resource. We have to move like class style resources. Is that gonna cause issues? I'm not sure. But from what I've heard, resources are kind of like the best way to make it kind of class-like structures. So if it does cause issues, we'll find out very quickly because there are two objects being created of this resource. Oh, it's just .new. Do I have to preload them? Oh, this is a table, I guess. This is something else. This is trying to do something different. I think that should be fine. I'm gonna guess this is kind of how it works. We'll figure out very quickly if I'm doing something wrong, as I said many times. It is very easy to realize when you're doing something wrong. Data is going to be just data, and then units is going to be game manager dot and now we have to see, does this work? Okay, so each one attributes to resources that have different. I'm gonna guess these are just essentially hashes or something similar. Okay, so that does seem to be working. I have different resources applied to each unit. I don't even need like export really. Like, this really doesn't do anything for me. I can't edit anything in the game inspector because at the end of the day, everything is kind of just like pseudo object oriented style design. So I don't know if these actually have like a 2-string command. There is a 2-string command. Interesting. So I can actually do awesome. My Java knowledge comes into handy use. Let's just return data tree dot fetch data data set. Actually, oh wait, there's literally just a fetch data. We have a fetch data built in. Fetch data name. Okay, let's do name. Name 0. Hooligan. Yay! It does work. Oh my goodness. And then I can do something more complex like unit data attributes, and if I mess up here, then like obviously I need to make a default return value so I don't have like issues. And I can do current health. Although this is not gonna be, I'm gonna have to stringify this because otherwise it's gonna crash. But it does seem to be working. Let's see. Yep, they both have 35 health. Who would have guessed? You would have guessed they both have 35 health. I certainly did. Now we know. They both have 35 health. Okay. So that's everything there. I don't even need the 2-string. I would leave it here. I'll leave it at names. Because names is kind of like more of an interesting thing. Name. Oh, I can do name with a color. Ooh, wait, hold on. I can do something cool here. Oh, I should probably put the console. I can probably put like the console special. There's some good style stuff here. Like add style could probably be in my function list, but it's more of a text thing, so I'll just not worry about that. I'll just keep this as like color equals oh, well, I'm putting it in console anyway, so it's not gonna matter. Unless I actually console push these. Hold on. Okay, look at that. Saw the City Interactive Engine example game file A1 hooligan, E1 hooligan. I can also put the root thing over here. This is looking really nice. Look at that. It would seem to work. Yippee! This is actually looking really nice. Alright. I got underlined too. And I can throw garbage in here. Okay. Yes! This is looking good. Now I need to make sure I can get data from the unit. Getting unit data off the functions. So I can probably just put this as a system thing here. Search command. It's kind of just searching off of the main list. Okay. So, looking pretty nice so far, though. Oh my goodness, for some reason, okay, why is like, I was like, I just noticed that there was a chat, finally, it's not about YimView or YimMe, it's about YimBus, so true. I didn't, for some reason, if I only look at top messages, which is like the default, it didn't show that. Which is so weird. It's like the world is hiding things from me. YouTube hides things from me. Anyways, yes, thank you. Thank you for the random chat that YouTube decided to block from my vision. Life sucks. Really sorry about that. I will say though, I might go and check my 3D print real quick. So I'm gonna real quick throw up the BRB sign here. I'll just keep it starting soon, why not? I'm gonna real quick just check. Because I want to make sure that my print isn't about to explode itself. I don't use the printer very often. It's like, I need to maintain that thing better. I don't use it too frequently. So I'm gonna have to real quick check that. So I will be right back. Alright, and I've made it back. Awesome. Whew. Print is going pretty well. The base of the print is starting to manifest, which is pretty nice. Yeah. I still can't believe how long a print it is. I mean, it looks like it's like pretty well far, but it just takes a long time, especially with like, the amount of supports I have to put on it. So be it. Anyways. Part of the issue is now going to be data lookup. You know, get some data, like characters and everything. We might even get to actions today. It might be cool. We might get the speed dice. Which is pretty awesome if we can get the speed dice today. If we can get the speed dice, then we can really start to get this game together. And we might even see that we might get actual gameplay by like midweek. Maybe Wednesday we'll actually get full game. Because I actually have implemented the fundamentals of the unit data pretty simply. Oh yeah, I do need to check to make sure. Can I return? Okay, this might be bad. Ooh, that actually... I could probably crash Godot if I try and print the dictionary here with the 2-string here. So I'm gonna get rid of this. I'll keep it for now. I do need to make sure though that this GM unit list does work. So I'm just gonna print GM unit list. Okay, so first it was empty, and then when it was making before it could actually see that A1 wasn't there. Sick. Does exist. Things do work. Alright. So now that that's done, now we know that that's probably copied pretty well, and I can actually self-reference the GM unit list off of this. Yeah. Which I'm not sure if I will need to. I'm mostly working off of the fact that things are global here. I'm not playing too much into the node structure, you know, functionality here. I'm mostly just trying to make sure everything that functions using my type of coding style, which isn't reading the Godot style too much. I could probably code this action list thing here, but I'll leave it here for now. Why not? That's documentation. I can probably close a bunch of these. I can select multiple at once and just start closing them out. I can just close below. Awesome. Cool. So I can just focus on like all of these. I have been able to see like which things I click on the most on the list. You can see how blue they are. Units of okay, so this is the unit list. Anything else I really need to put here? So back to this thing. Right. We do have the list copy, save dice list. Actually, yeah, I should probably do the save dice list, but I don't know how save dice are gonna look. I mean, I'm gonna guess that I'm gonna have a dictionary of what is inside the list, right? Like, whatever's in here is gonna likely be whatever's in the save dice, so this is gonna be another dictionary, because everything I'm doing is all dictionaries for whatever insanity is inside my heart. And that's kind of it. Like, there's really only so much I can really worry about here. I think on-use and after-use stuff don't apply when it comes to this. So that's really it. Like, the save dice list is just a bunch of save dice dictionaries of each sub-file, each sub-JSON file of, like, any of these dice. This is a blunt offense. Like, if I had parry and I didn't use the block dice and attack unopposed and use the blunt offense, I would have to save this dice. And I would actually just have this dice array. It doesn't have to, I don't even need, I just need an array. I just need an array of dice. Because anyways, you select, and if I want to play it off of you select the first save dice, like how it works in regular library Ruina, but I know in SotCIE you can pick which save dice you're using, which is pretty crazy. But that can still be an array. Like, it's fine. There's no, I don't need any specific data picks. There's no, like, really identified information about anything here. They're all just dice. I mean, maybe I can have some data about where they're sourced from, but that's about it. So I just need, like, a save dice array. And that's gonna just be empty. That's gonna default to being empty. Right? Nothing else to that. When save dice come into play, that's a different issue. I might need a function for that in the future, not at the moment though. When we get to speed dice and the action queue sequencing, that's when we're gonna get to that. Which is gonna all be, I can probably run that all under one giant function, the scene sequence function here. Wait, you can actually just pick up specific functions here. Wait, game stat does seem to work. Oh yeah, I need to now start focusing on how to edit data. Let's make sure I can fully display data in the console command. But we have like so many now. So now we're gonna have child search. Is it the file tree? I think it is the file tree. Oh, this is all using the regular fetch data. Yeah. Honestly, this fetch data is kind of whatever. Let me use data tree. No fetch data. Or I can just have a custom search, but this is probably better. That should be all fixed now. And this is the search command, which is going to be under char search. Oh, but I don't actually know what dictionary I'm specifically using here, right? Oh, okay, so I should probably not do that. Maybe this isn't the smartest way to handle this. Because anyways, I'm still going to need to figure out which unit I'm searching. So maybe I don't need this. I'll put this all the way up here though, so it's like in the same domain. Okay, function search unit command. Because now it is a question of if the arg size is less than 2, then it's going to be failed command, and then if it's less than 3, then it's just going to print out the entirety of the unit character. I tend to use purple for units, and then oh yeah, because I had the search command mostly just for this. So now we need game manager dot I might have a fetch unit here. Ah. So var subpath is going to equal how does this work again? It's split by do we allow splits? Typically, I guess. Only do one split though, because basically it's kind of like a root search type of thing. And then we're going to return unit list dot. Oh yeah, and then I also need that should be fine. Returning unit list. The key would be the unit. And then once we get that unit, that's going to be a unit resource. Okay, and then actually this should just be okay, there we go. So if the unit is not a unit, then we just return that thing. Otherwise, we are going to return that's not working. I guess like the cast doesn't seem to work. You have to hope that works. That should probably work. I don't know. I'm gonna assume that works. So if I do fetch unit. So I guess I don't even need like the inbuilt string inside the inbuilt thing inside the unit here, because anyways, like I'm still kind of doing this whole dance of fetching via that. I could actually just put it in the unit too, but then it's like that's gonna be problematic. I know that's gonna be problematic, so I'm not gonna bother with that. Console. So I will then do dot search unit. Is it unit search? Oh, it's the unit search, right? Fetch unit. And it's going to be the path of args1 plus a single slash marker, because then we're just searching for anything in there. I even need that too. That should work, I think. We'll find out very soon if that does not work. Okay. Oh, I still have the starting soon thing here. Oh my goodness, that was there the whole time. I just looked and checked, and I was like, oh, the starting soon sign was there. I'm not starting soon anymore. I'm actually Cody, you know. Og's 1. That should be fine. And otherwise. Sneezing now. Why is it angry here? Oh, okay, I messed up here. Right. And then this will be yellow for the file path. Okay, that was my bad there. I just realized, can I print, does Adlog allow me to print multiple lines? No. That's an issue, right? I think that's kind of what push console was supposed to be for. Which for some reason is only here. Yeah, add push console should kind of be in the actual console. I don't know why the game manager is the only one that can push console when it's like the console that should be pushing console itself. What was vendor log for? Oh, that's for refresh console, yeah. Oh, that was an emit signal just to emit. Okay. Yeah, at this point I'm just using globals for everything, so I'm just not gonna bother with that. I think signals are kind of like the better way to do things, but at this point I'm kind of just, this is just my coding style. I'm committing many, war crimes, but so be it, I guess. I don't know. Yeah, this is kind of weird. Like, why is the console log inside Game Manager and the console script is not man? I don't know. I'm just gonna work with this for now, though. This is a terrible thing, but so be it. Again, so be it. So be it. I don't care. I'll correct things as needed if I realize there's a substantial issue. But I feel like the ability to add multiple lines of code is kind of important here. Ogs 1 plus Ogs 2. Oh, is it still fetching? Is it still? Do I still need the 0 thing here? Yeah, okay, it's still fetching data from the subpath. Yeah. Okay, this should like work. I think. I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know what I'm doing. Do I know what I'm doing? No. Let's hope that unit search actually works at all. Jar search. Let's see what disaster I'm gonna create. So unit search, no logs. Unit search A1, dead. Wow, that was quick. From dictionary to string. Oh! What was my solution for this? Oh, I had to JSON stringify it, yeah. I forgot about that. I forgot about stringifying. This is so messy. This is like so bad. This is disgusting. What? I accidentally did that. I did. Okay. Whoopsie doopsie. All is good. Unit search. No OGs. Unit search A1. It prints everything in A1. And unit search A1 slash what? Slash name? Cool. Oh, why is it printing? Oh, oh. Well, I think that's not the OG, is it? Yeah, I guess you can do both. That's interesting. Unit search. A1, unit. Is it unit data? I think it is. Unit data attributes current health. So I don't think I need a unit data section. Okay, that seems to be working now. That was index 1, which is Perry, second item. I'm just gonna remove the unit data thing here. I don't think it's necessary. I think it's kind of unnecessary. That's a bit better. That's just nicer looking. I also don't need conditions, I don't think. I mean, I guess like passives or conditions. So I'll leave it? I'm gonna need it later, I think. I think I'm gonna need that in the future. So we're gonna roll with that. So unit search A1 slash attributes. Oh. Should it just be attributes? Why is everything else coming up? Actions. Oh, okay, I didn't change that. Oh, I forgot to change. I have to make a new save here. Right. Always cool to see how the game is gonna start evolving. A1 slash actions. Woo, there's the action. Awesome. That does seem to work. I have no ability to scroll my. I need to work on this like off camera, I think, because I don't know how to make this work without like just like looking up a tutorial of how to actually make UI function properly. I have no idea what I am to do here. So there is that issue. Oh, hold on, I have to look at something real quick. I have to manage something off screen. I need to make sure it's safe. Okay, let me check something real quick. Okay, that has been managed. Awesome. Issue has been dealt with. I am returned. Okay, so that's actually pretty good then. Everything here is looking very, very nice. So we can now search anything we want. The issue now is going to be the next issue is going to be, yeah, it's going to be the issue of, my brain is not thinking right now. Brain is spinning, brain is spinning. It's going to be being able to actually edit data. So we have fetch data, we now need to edit data. Now this is an issue because editing data can come in a couple different forms, and this is something I need to like really lay out. Right? So if we have a set of data where we have like, let's say, obviously the JSON object header, we then maybe have some key, and then maybe it is an array value of some items. 1, 2, and 3. Yeah, I was gonna write 1, 2, 3, 4, and then just wrote 2 instead of a 3. 1, 2, 3 there, and then maybe there is another key 2, which is then going to be some val, and then maybe there is a key 3, which is then going to become another object, another dictionary with then 4. And the issue with this, right, is that, like, getting data is pretty simple, right? You can just find whatever data you want, and then whether it's an array, whether it's an int, whether it's a key value object, it's gonna mostly function kind of as you would expect. Like, everything kind of works out how you would want it to. The problem then is going to be setting data, because obviously if you want to set something to an array, that's a different thing than setting it to anything else. Because, you know, setting data in a key value pair scenario is way different than setting a value on just like a primitive or into an array. So that's going to be kind of an issue, right? So I think the way it's gonna work is not so there's two instances that I have to worry about. One is correct path, right? Or actually, a couple instances. So first is getting to the correct path. Like I found this item here, path to this item, and then I mutate it, and maybe change it to a 5. That's fine, right? That would be the path of key. That would be the path. Like I can do a key 1, and then 5, and then that would set index number 1 to 5, right? That's a method there. I could also specify key 1 and then set the value to 5 there. That's another option. That's kind of a 2, but you know, you get the point. Set it to a 5. Pretty cool. Then the issue is if I do key and then if I do key 5, right? That would just replace this array with the value 5. That's useful. But then what if I do key 1 and then set it? If I do key and then 5. Key 5 does not exist. First of all, it's gonna think that's an index. So I think this other method is better. We should actually cross out both of these. Because now it's confused. Am I setting key to 5? Am I setting keys index 5 to nothing? To emptiness? Doesn't know. I mean, it is the last element, so it knows probably to set this to 5, but that's a bit more extra work than just having this split. But let's say we're looking for, key 4, 5. Key 4 doesn't exist. 5 doesn't exist. If I set it to 0, it is going to now make key. The issue here is this isn't a string, this is an int. So does it consider this the key 5 or the index array 5? That's a thing that I actually don't know if I would be able to solve. I mean, anyways, with keys, I never do pure int keys, so I think the better protocol is to say if it is able to become an int when I do string split, and if I can see that this can be casted to an int, I will consider that an array. So now we're going to now add to this. I will add key 4, which is then going to have an array attributed to it, and then empty index, empty index, empty index, empty index, empty index. I do have to make sure I initialize everything properly, and then index 5 is then going to be set to 0. The problem is I think array default value is 0, so this is all 0 too. But I think at that point, right? Like, if this was like 8, right, then this one would be 8. So that's kind of the details there of how I would make the add data command. So basically, I would have the dictionary I'm working on, then the path, and then the item here. If I search too deeply, right? If I search too deeply, then if I go like key, if I go key 5, oh, that's gonna be an issue, right? So okay, I'm gonna make a new thing here. Copy this over. I'm going to try out some more cases of how I want to make this work. Because this is a couple of issues of how I'm going to design this whole thing that needs to be firmly discussed, because it can go pretty badly if I'm not careful. So we need to watch it. Let me think. How must I achieve? How must I achieve? So if I go, let's say I do some weird path. Let's say I go key 5 thing, and then set the value to item. It's gonna go key 5. Index 5 doesn't exist. There is no index 5. And when we look, we're going to see that we oversearched, and we'll have the return value that is a improper search. I think it's a positive value. It might still return -2 to this day, so we might have to fix that. It will then have to create the corresponding data then in the array put another dictionary, which would then have the item, the thing key, which then has the value of item. And that's a lot, because that means that each step I have to consider something. Which I guess at that point, I don't even need this value to be something else. This can just be part of the path. Although technically, like, it shouldn't be part of the path, because your last item is always uniquely different. This is still better, but like, just to know that I'm no longer, it just saves me one logic argument that I have to worry about by just segregating data here. But this incorrect search, I do have to look at every step, that if the item doesn't exist, I have to create it. And for arrays, creating the 5th index means a lot more iteration, so I do have to be careful of that. Which makes the step-by-step looping process a lot more intensive. So here, like, I see thing, which means that there should be an object here, and I have to recognize that there should be an object here because this is a non-int. I have to create an object. And then I have to put in the key. Knowing that I created the object, I know I have to put in the key. If there was an object already there, then I would know to do everything else. The other option is... not really. I guess the other option is that as soon as I realize that 5 doesn't exist, anything beyond 5 can be prefabricated and then inserted. Also that, I can't obviously insert 5 as well, because then I'm inserting the entire array, because then I erase all these values and I need to maintain those values. I could maybe merge, I don't know if you really merge concat, I can kind of merge concat arrays to make a new array, but then it's like, at that point I might just like, use something else. Kind of whatever there. So incorrect searches have a solution for edit. Like edit is just gonna do whatever it wants. If you don't do something, if you put something incorrect, if you put an incorrect path, that's not my problem. Edit is just gonna edit something. It's just gonna change something. And then of course I have to return the original value, which in the instance of creating stuff, like there was no original value here. The original value goes all the way back to the fact that there was no 5 here. There was no original value. If I ever go into a create sequence, I have to maintain that. I recognize that there was no created item. There was no pre-existing item. So that's the thing. There's a lot to that. But I think I understand the gist of what I want to do here. I think this should be achievable. So let us achieve what we sought out to do. So the path, and then the value, which is gonna be some random thing, because it could. The other thing about the value, right, is the value. I could let you specify for the value an entire, like, this is the benefit of not doing the value in the path, is that this item in question could be an entire dictionary. This item could be an entire extra object, like an entire set of data that has a ton of attributes to it. This can be all very deep data. So that's an important thing, right? Is that this segregation is useful because this can be massive. This can be very wide, very shallow and wide, and containing a lot of data. It's a very wide data set. This is a very narrow search to where I want to put this large data set. So I think that's actually the most optimal way to process this. Yeah. I think that's pretty good. It's looking pretty good with that. Also, ooh, yeah. I'm gonna take some screenshots for the community post, just so that we have them. Always good to take a couple posts of things. And then I can do unit search A1/actions, and it shows all the actions you have. Well, I guess I did kind of mess up here. It's unit search. Maybe A1 actions is better. Unit search A1 attributes, search current health. Stuff like that. Then you can just search up all of A1. What happens if I unit search A1 and I do something random? It just fails. It doesn't even... Okay, that's actually an issue. That's a bug, but we'll deal with that later. We'll deal with that later. Statuses. Empty. Cool. That is looking pretty good then. So now let's make the edit data function of pain and suffering. Also, return type for this. Probably should return whatever original value there was, and then also I don't know if I wanted to return like a error code like this. Because error codes are kind of nice to have. It's always good to see the error code. So you have some rough idea of what went wrong. But yeah, so, editing data. From data type. Let's go. So, we're not gonna worry about anything else yet. We're gonna first get the path stack. Size. Path stack that size -1. What? That's such a weird thing. What do you mean path stack that size -1? Oh, item 1. Oh, it's the item. It's the last item. If the last item is empty. Okay, that's actually important. Element starts off as data, and it changes, and then they'll state, and then they'll count. You don't have to worry about yet. A state is actually important. It actually does maintain a mutation state. So we do need to do that. So all of this operates kind of the same way. All of that operates the exact same as it used to before. So that's good. Let's figure out some other stuff then. So for each level in the path stack, I don't know why we're iterating count. Let's see, with 1 already. Are they just be starting like that? I mean, it's been working, so. Am I not understanding something? I might not be understanding something. What do I not understand here? There's definitely something I'm not understanding here. I don't know what it is. We're all iterating count by 1. I guess we're not using the depth yet. Right, we're not using the depth yet. What is count exactly? Oh, count is only used for the state. For the premature state. So I don't actually need count iteration. Count iteration isn't even necessary. If the level is empty, then we're gonna have a fun time. Okay, so that's shower search. That was the issue of shower search, right? So if the level is empty, right, that means that wherever we are in our state here, we don't have the value. But we also have to, like, just fetch. I think the best way to go about this is you have to fetch in your data, fetch for the item. If the item does not exist, then we do something else. You have to create it. Which then becomes fun because now there's different data types. Of whatever our outside data type is, we have to play a bit differently. Yeah, this is difficult. This is difficult to think about. It's a very hard challenge. Like, there's a lot of different ways that this dictionary can be organized, and I have to compensate for any way of that organization. This is actually a very tough problem I'm realizing. A very difficult problem, in fact. So I just need to focus on a couple things first, right? So I don't need to worry about any of this yet. Let's think about element. So the element is whatever current level of the path we're at. So let's say we're starting with, like, Ruina here, and we want to set the current health to 40, right? We start here, and our level isn't empty yet. Our level has a bunch of content. The first thing, though, is that we have a path. Let's say our path is going to be something like attributes current health 35. So the attributes current health 35. Well, not 35. This is our path, and then our value that we're changing it to is going to be 35. Right? Essentially this. So we first start with attributes. We're gonna fetch attributes. So I guess we do need a count, so we need to know what we're actually splitting our path, do we? Element that has level. Oh, it's by the level iteration. Right, so level is specifically there, okay. So we're going to look for, so I guess if element has level is kind of a thing. But if we're shallow, then element wouldn't have level because, you know, if we're over searching. Oh, this can cause some serious errors, can't it? I'm surprised this code doesn't break. Like, this logic that I made like a couple months back, I'm trying to understand how this actually worked. How I made this actually function at all. I'm actually shocked that it worked. It's very sloppily designed though. It's like really not well designed. But this is also highly complex data organization, so I'm not too surprised. I'm also still surprised, right? Like, this is kind of interesting. I could do a recursive call system. I can just use iterative. I mean, a recursive could theoretically be kind of nice. But it can cause some problems. There can definitely be issues. There can also be like a merge solution, like a merge edit, where you edit by merging data sets together, and then overriding and favoring your new merge and your old merge. I don't know if that's a thing you can do. That's like a pre-built function. I don't think it is. I'm gonna assume it's not. I'm gonna be stuck on this for the rest of the stream, I feel like. This edit data method function is gonna be the most integral part of everything, so it has to work at some point. I just don't know the correct way to tackle this. Like, it's daunting. I don't know what I'm doing here. I have no idea what I'm trying to make. I'm trying to make something. I don't know what it is though. So I'm just trying to think, like, how do I do this? How do I make this work? How do I make this work properly? Because I have so many, I have 3 major data types: dictionaries, arrays, and primitive values. Dictionaries and arrays work mostly the same. Primitive values, it's gonna be a whole train wreck to deal with if I come across those. And I'm just shocked that this element has level worked. I would have assumed that this doesn't work. Like, if you're already on a primitive, I guess like that is when it gets to level empty. Well, level is a string, so yeah. Well, if level is empty, that means that you're at the end of your search. Which is ending in a slash. You are automatically shallow searching in that case if you had an element or a dictionary or anything like that. This is mostly just a foolproof for ending in slash mob here. That's all this is. This isn't really that important. If element isn't a dictionary or an array, so this can be any type of, so basically if it's some primitive value and you still have levels to look through. Okay, so if it's a primitive, we're already done. That's why this wasn't a problem. If it's a primitive, we've already been kicked out because we're searching a bit too strongly, right? And obviously, if level is equal to the count, if count is equal to level, if the length of our stack minus the count, so if our count is the same. If our count's the same, then we return a 0. Yeah, okay, so then that means that we perfect search anyway. So this is a perfect search case, or a premature end. I feel like premature end has never worked though, and I think it's mostly because of if element doesn't have the next level, then we're gonna already have an issue. Whatever that next level is. Yeah, I think that's why premature end has never worked properly. Premature end has never worked. If element has level plus JSON, then we're good. So, okay, this is the iterating down thing. If it's an array, then we're going to the array element. So, I think the best way to conduct everything here, that still passes -2. Isn't any instance like this going to be not an invalid search, but just premature end? I'm gonna keep it -2, but technically that is a premature end. Premature end is your invalid search type. I know some things rely on the -2 search. Technically this code only comes up in the case where it's 0. Because before then you would have already seen that the next level doesn't exist. Well, actually, I guess this is this level, because you're looking for the next... Yeah, because we're looking for the next level on each instance, right? So like, we're first looking for attribute, right? So like, if we were on the attribute search, obviously attribute isn't an empty string. the current element is a dictionary, right? So we're good there. And the element does have the attribute level. So now we're going to descend to the attribute level, and then we are going to continue. Right, so that's how that works. In the case that that doesn't happen, that we are searching for a path that doesn't exist, or we're done searching for our path, and we're at some shallow point. Shallow point is fine. If we are shallow searching, it doesn't matter. We are going to clear whatever is in that data field. We're going to replace it. Can we shallow search ending in a primitive? I don't think we can. Because the biggest issue, right, is like, I think like, element is never going to be primitive. If element ends up being primitive, then we have an issue. Do we? I think we do have an issue. Yeah. Can element ever be a primitive? I don't think it can. Well, I think it can. No, it's always, Also, hello viewers. Not more of you today. Hello everyone. Element equals element level. I'm trying to think. What am I trying to achieve here? What am I trying to achieve? Element can be a primitive though. Element can be a primitive, but at what point does it become a primitive? It's at this point. So how do we get to that point? It's when we descend to that primitive level. And the only reason why we descend to the primitive level is... I guess this is the... Why is this here? Is this necessary? I'm assuming that's what this is. Otherwise it fails because I don't know when it doesn't exist. I guess this is an invalid search. Like, this would be the else case invalid search. I need to break this up. I think fetch data needs to get broken up into small segments. This is like, this is very much slop code. It doesn't really, it just doesn't make sense. I understand how this works vaguely. I mean, I made it a couple months ago, but that past me is not today me, so... What was I doing here? I will change fetch data in the future, not now, because it's gonna be a pain to upend this and then make sure it still works. I need to make a proper test case document that can firmly test that this is supposed to work. I can't really recreate anywhere else. I'm really reusing Godot's formatting of these data types. My issue is I don't want to accidentally try to mutate an element of a primitive. Because that can happen, theoretically, right? If I search, like if I'm searching for, if I want to edit name. If I want to edit name / something. Well, oh yeah, this always works because dictionaries can also use this formatting. Right, our dictionaries can also use this formatting. I forget about that. But I have to do it differently for... This is literally a dictionary thing only, and I have to check for arrays. Because arrays, you kind of want to incast. So this is the dictionary case. This is the array case. This is so poorly made. Oh, I need to remake this at some point. I can at least make edit data look a bit neater, maybe. Probably not. Because there's a lot of things going on here that are not going on well. I see the flaws of my design philosophy. Tremendous design flaws. Like this is just slop code. I don't know what I was thinking with this. Never trust me for coding anything. Never, because I do not know what I'm doing. Because my issue is like if I search for name / something, right? If I do name/5 on hooligan, which where name isn't, well, this is burn, but same principle, where name has a value that's a primitive. I need to preemptively check that, because then I know that there's going to be an issue. Because if name is fine, right, I will descend into the level of name, which becomes this primitive value. But then, what ends up happening is at the primitive value scope, I can't edit that. If I edit the primitive, it's a primitive, it's not going to cascade up. So what I need to do is that at every level, I have to check the next level. I have to always be aware of the next level. So the issue with a for each is that I need to actually check the next level. Now, when I look at the level of attribute of element, so I'll go to element at thing level. That's before I set it to become the new element. I will check what contents are the element. If the new element, element's object level, I check that value and look at it and I see, is that a primitive type? If that is not a dictionary or an array, then, well, if it's not a dictionary or an array, I will insert the new value in there. Or if it's anything really, if I'm at the end of my search, but if I see a primitive and I need to search deeper, then I have to delete it and make the next data type. And the same thing actually goes if there's any type mismatch. If there's any type mismatch, I have to make a type conformity. I'm thinking right now. This is a weird problem. I think, okay, I'm gonna make another doodle slide because I like making doodle slides. Maybe, hopefully, the last of the stream, because I'm gonna be spending the next hour trying to design this one thing. I need to like scribble to get my mind in circles and get my mind straightened out. Okay, so, right, so I don't want to use this example because this example is kind of whatever. It's a bit more complex. So our first scope is typically going to be a dictionary object collection kind of here. So we're gonna look for. I should just use this data search. This is a better way to look. So if I'm looking for name slash, I'm gonna make a new thing here. So if I'm looking for, I'm gonna first search for name slash, I'm gonna do name and then I'm gonna set it to food, right? I'll set it to food. What's gonna happen there is when I search, I'm gonna see, okay, there is a name, there's a name key. We are going to look at name key's value. Well, anyways, we are at the end of our search, right? So we are at the end of our search, we're at the last level. We know that whatever comes next, whatever is under the name key doesn't matter. We're gonna get that value and we are going to replace it. We're going to replace it. And I think what's gonna actually end up happening too is that when I'm going through my search process, like if I'm doing attributes current health, and I'm setting it to 50, what I should be really worrying about when I do the return of like what the previous value was, is as soon as I see if there wasn't a current health, I'm saying nonsense here, but if I'm changing like anything, right? Like if I change attributes to become if I change it to become an array with value 50, with a single value of 50 for whatever stupid reason, what's going to happen here is I'm going to go to attributes, I'm going to see it's an object, but we are at the end of our level chain, doesn't matter, ooh, what the heck, right? Oh, I went to the, oh. I'm dumb. At attributes, I know what the last level of search, whatever our set value is going to be, doesn't matter. We just need to find our current value here, delete, set it to 50. That's the process there. That is the simplest case. Any of these like simple edit cases are pretty easy to work with. What happens if our attributes is going to be set? If I want to go to attributes 5 and I want to set it to 50, attributes is an object. It needs to become an array for the next level. We have to always keep track of what our next level is, I think. So we do not want to use a for each loop. We do need to use a integer for iterator so that we can always check our next level. If we have a next level and there is a mismatch typing, right? Like if attributes goes to a primitive value, if this is a 50, then 5 cannot work. Even if it's not, if it's attributes, that's fine. If it's attributes key, that won't work. There is a type mismatch. When we have a type mismatch between next key and the type requisite of data organization in our thing, which for a primitive is basically there is no type requisite, which is an issue here, we are going to say from this point, our old data is now this block of text. And technically, what our actual search is we're going to set attribute to the array of empty value, empty value, empty value, empty value, empty value, and on index 5, an array of 50. So what actually I need to do with edit, I realize this now. What I need to do with edit command is when I encounter this interruption where there is a type mismatch, the solution isn't to necessarily try and play this whole game of search, check, search, check, search, check. It is at the first point of resistance, I need to reform my statement, because this statement is the exact same as this statement. They are the same statement. The issue is this one is asking for things that don't exist. And I have to go through this statement essentially to allow this statement to become true. That is actually the logic that I have to work with here. That is precisely the logic I am to work with. So, yeah, that's the solution there, is I have to reform the question. Right? The issue was in the question. The question was the issue, not the answer. The question was the issue, and as soon as I reform the question, perfectly works. Now the issue is now figuring out how to know when the question is incorrect. Right? When do I know the question is incorrect? Because obviously, if attributes is an array, 5 is correct, and we don't want to reform the question. Likewise, if attributes is an array of data points where there is a single value, the question should be reformed. It should reflect the array, and we would put the values of the array into the reformed array, right? We copy everything over. The issue is, of course, making sure that we don't accidentally mess up our pointers and stuff here, like any... I don't know. I'm gonna trust the code, and if I have issues later, that's gonna be a fun issue to debug. But even here, I have to reform the question. If the key is invalid, I think in these instances, so obviously objects, right? And when it comes to objects, right? If I'm working with an object and I say do attributes and I want to edit fake key and I want to set the value of fake key to 10, fake key doesn't exist. Reform the question doctrine would say do a bunch of garbage here. I don't need to do that because, like, again, no type mismatch. When there's no type mismatch, it's not a reform the question issue because we're not creating a mass data type here. So we don't need to try and do attributes and then set the whole thing to this plus fake key value 10. Because that's... I can do that, honestly. That's a valid thing to do. Do I need to do that, though? I don't think so. Because obviously the best, most efficient thing here is just to make fake key a new key with value 10. That is just the best way to do this. So when there's no type mismatch, you just reform that level to fit your requisite. So with the array instance, which I guess the better thing to do is to show it for actions 5, like actions 4, and then set it to fake action, which I should probably rename these to skills, but again, I don't care. We don't need to reform the question, right? We could reform the question to become action, set it to the array of all of these, with the fourth element, the fourth index element becoming fake action. We can do this, we can do this question reform, but then there's this issue of all of these values. So we just reform the data type to become something else. And likewise, if I do actions 3, and I set the fake action, everything here is perfectly okay. That's good. If I do actions 3 and then key, that's interesting. What do we do there? Well, we are going to see that this is a type of primitive. When we get to element 3, right? Element 3. Before we go to element 3, we are arrays are so much more difficult because when you enter the array index, you don't have any control because now you're working with a potentially primitive value. You can't mutate that and maintain your connection with the outer data structure. I'm noticing that. So what do I do here? What is the solution here? So if I go to actions, with arrays I have to have some special treatment, I think. I think arrays need a special treatment because of the structuring. With object structure here, if I have a key that doesn't, if I have like attributes and I want to set current health to become, to have a key with value 10 for what, obviously no reason for me to do this, but this is any instance where I want to do something of this nature. I go to current health, right? If I go to attribute scope, I will see current health scope. Oh yeah, and then I check key scope. Okay, so I think this should theoretically still work. This is a very big brain teaser. I mean, anyways, like arrays are kind of like this structure, but like with indices instead of specified type keys. I'm really thinking here. I'm really thinking. Brain is spinning, trying to come up with some nonsense. So in the case of actions 3, we go to actions scope. This is our scope now. This is anything we can see. We now go to index 3. Our next level is next 3. We check. Okay, we are at a primitive value, but we have more data to add. We are now going to reform the question. Actions 3 is going to be set to the value of object that has a key and value fake action. Oh, well, I wrote fact action. That's really different. Fake action. And again, this is a reform the question issue. Type mismatch. Primitive, and that is a dictionary element. Reform the question. Works. And of course, we can also do a shallow overwrite. If I just want to set actions to 10, that's always going to work, right? We're at the end of our list. That's good. So reform the question is going to be the doctrine I have to use here. I feel good about it. I think that might work. I said a lot of words there. The concept of reform the question was actually a really brilliant move. That was actually really nice. I actually liked that. That was a good thought of mine I had. Now I have to implement that. Ooh, that's gonna be fun. So let's implement something. I should check on my 3D print in a moment. I will do that in a couple minutes. I'm just trying to collect my thoughts from my brain is hurting. Brain is thinking. Brain is not sure where it wants to go. So, first things first. You know what's so funny? I don't actually remember the other for loop structure in Godot. I don't use Python-based coding. I mostly code in Java. Like, I've been coding in Java like most of my life. So I'm like, oh, hold up. I don't remember how Python-based for loops work. For loop Godot. This is such a baby question to ask, but I genuinely don't remember. I genuinely don't remember how to for loop, because I don't use this coding structure. Where's the for loop at? Like this is like your typical for each. Oh, you can actually type specify here. I mean, I should probably do that more. I should probably do more type specify, but for I in dictionary. Okay, but that's like, yeah. Oh, so it goes by, so I in dictionary, it goes by keys. It goes on the key list, but you don't get to keep the key. Interesting. Oh, it's I in range, right. So range, because range makes an array. I remember now. Okay. Characters in a string, you can do that too. I in 3, range 3. Range ceiling 2.2. Oh my goodness. Okay. I in array.size. Okay, yeah. That makes sense because it's gonna specify that range starts from 0 is how that works, and it goes up to not inclusive. Okay. Okay. Well, it's about 2.5 hours into the stream, so I'm gonna quickly pause to check on my 3D print. I will be right back in a Alright, I am back. Time to continue. I did not actually think much. Print is going good. It's actually 20% done. 3 hours of printing. Oh my goodness, that thing is gonna take so long to make. I can't wait for it to hopefully actually fit. Because if it doesn't, then it's gonna be a whole redesign process. But I've been meaning to get data on how that thing works. I have about a week to get all my prints done, and it's gonna be about like 50, 60 hours worth of printing. I just don't trust myself to like have that thing printing when no one's watching, so it's like I can't really like print overnight. I don't feel safe doing that. Yeah. So that's kind of the issue there. Anyways, reform the question strategy. I'm kind of scared. That size. So for each int, we're gonna get that value, and then the value from pack stack would be obviously a string. It's a packed string array, so all of the elements inside a string. Who would have thought? Also, what's important now is that for indirect type string, type string, because yeah, the reason why I'm doing this is because like you can't actually edit like deep into an object. I don't think you can. I don't know if JSON lets you do that. If JSON lets you do that, I've been doing all of this for nothing. But I've been enjoying making it though, so it's like I'm fine. I'm chill. I should have probably looked into that more. Yeah, I don't see anything in here that lets me like do a thing. What is this return empty -2? I'm questioning everything right now. So we should think here. For each eye. So first, if the eye is empty, right, we have to check the empty case. The empty case means we're done. We are done automatically. Now the issue, right, is that we shouldn't have an empty case. Well, element actually is a thing, so I'm not liking this. My mind is getting lost in the unsure what I'm doing issues. I don't know, what am I doing here? What am I trying to... I have an issue, right? So like, if I do an empty string, if I say set thing empty 10, what does that mean? I think that means delete everything set to 10. If I do name to 10, look for name nature, because we're obviously in the scope of the object. So it does that. Okay. If I'm empty, then we just set element. Set element. Whatever element is at this point. The problem is that with data dictionary, right? There's a scope issue. Hi. Hello there. How's it going? Welcome to the stream. I am currently undertaking a massive struggle against this one function design. But greetings indeed. Trying to think about how I want to do this. Because the issue, right, is like if in the case of empty string 10 means that I am assigning the entire element variable to 10. The dictionary itself is now set to 10. The issue is that it's kind of a hard thing to... That won't work. Theoretically, I can just have a return value of returning the new value for those instances. Because like if I want to set the entire dictionary to 10, and this is why the recursive solution probably wouldn't have worked. It's like, what am I to do there? And the inputted data has now been overwritten to a primitive value that I can't pass back. So I guess in the empty case I should just escape. If the current path is empty, I'm done. There's nothing I can do. There's nothing I can do. There's nothing I can solve. Like with name 10, right? We're going to name. There's something. We have something here. We know that there is. We are at a point where our next item could be empty, or this is the end. A non-empty end. where we can find this value and set 210. And in the case that this is anything, doesn't matter, we are now at a set phase. If, so, literally all it is just this. If, if path stack I is empty, then we're done. We're just done. We're just done. For now, we're gonna just do break. We're gonna think about returns in a moment. So, trying to reason with myself. Trying to understand my thought processes that are not particularly great. So if the path stack is empty, we're done. If path stack is ending, if path stack I plus 1 doesn't exist, if I plus 1 is greater than the size, then, and it's not empty, then we can set that value of element. We only do it then, I think. Do we? But I think if path stack, the next one, doesn't exist. I'm thinking right now, I don't know what I'm thinking about. I don't know what my brain processes are here. I might create redundant code. I'm likely gonna create redundant code because I don't know what I'm doing. Okay. I need to like solidly consider what am I trying to accomplish here. I don't know what I'm thinking about right now. I don't know what I'm trying to accomplish here. My brain had been side tangent. So okay, if I plus 1 is greater than or equal to, wait, it doesn't have to be greater past that. Then equal to value okay. That feels problematic. Firstly, because if it's an array, it's gonna be a problem. Element by this point cannot be a primitive. If element at this point was a primitive, we're gonna have issues, right? Element must first be a dictionary, which could be an array. I'm gonna go with this. If it's a primitive, we're gonna reform the question so this doesn't occur. Level cannot be a primitive. Element cannot be a primitive. What kind of? I don't know. We're gonna figure that out. Element, that's that guy. Equals value. So we're just setting it to value. I think with obviously you have to watch out with arrays. So with arrays, right? So first of all, with arrays, so with element, with dictionaries, we should be fine. Yeah. So now we have to check, if the element is an array, then, so actually, I guess at this point I should set, I should just have a var level, and then a var next level. I guess it's just the more productive thing to do. Oh, what? Okay, that was dumb. Okay. Else, I guess I don't actually need. I don't need an if statement here. I can just do. What would be the best like no value? I don't actually have like a no value typing system. Like I don't have like a convention for what no value should be. I can probably just do zeros, but I actually don't have a no. I can probably just do like empty strings too. Empty strings are no values. I'll do zeros, because like zeros are easy to put with strings and the other way around, I think. Oh, we over-indented it. Wow. So I'll just do that. Make sure the array is of size, and then add a thing to it. Oh, actually, is there like a assign thing? Oh no. Oh, this is just the exact same. Is there one where it will set with? Oh, there is a fill function. Okay. Or resize. Okay, there is a resize. I did not know that they will see, this is what happens when you're a Scratch developer. You're used to like not having any of these like nice functions that already exist for you. and you're used to just making everything yourself, and then realizing, wait, you can just like do those things that already exist. Wow. Resize to the size. Oh, I have to make sure I don't actually delete stuff. This is stuff that I can make an individual method, so this isn't as cluttered. I will deal with that later. I think I'll deal with that either off camera or next stream. I don't want to deal with. I just want to make sure everything works before trying to like compartmentalize everything into smaller boxes. It's just not something I want to deal with right now. So we're not going to deal with that right now. So this is now saying that if we are at the end of the road, then we are done. We can just set the value. If it's non-empty value. Now what happens if we get to a primitive? If we somehow did name. If we searched name, and then... Yes, so... If I were to search for the value 10 here... Now, should 10 constitute reforming this into an array? Again, these are like a lot of the questions that I don't know how to answer because this entire system just doesn't make sense. I don't know what I'm doing. What am I doing? Like, what happens if I were to set this to 10, 10? Like, by convention that I've been trying to talk about, do I try and make an index 10 here? Turn this into a giant array, which I should do, because obviously it's still happen. In this instance, it is a when it comes to the first element of your search chain, you just don't even bother because you're just gonna cause issues. It's not gonna be a fun time. I'm not gonna deal with it. So we should try and find a better solution. Which there should be. If I were to do like 10/10, then of course it's gonna make an array and stuff. It's gonna make the key 10 and then make an array with 10 elements. You know, all of that garbage. So I think that's fine. If I go to then name 10, right? Again, that's gonna be a reform the question thing. Which is now going to be the next case. So this is the case which mostly addresses first data point issues, right? First data point issues. This is going to make sure I solve them. Next is the reforming the question point, which is now when we look at next level. What a great time to look for next level. So when it comes to the next level, we are going to see what do we see there. And then we have to look at what is beyond when it comes to the next element. So now we need next element. If we're working with a primitive already though, right? Like if we're working with name 10, and so next element is just gonna be this convention, right? Next element is gonna equal fetch data from. Okay, so current element doesn't always have to be a dictionary. This can be bad. I don't have a fetch data that also works off of an array. Recursive definition probably could have helped me in some regard, but I chose not to do that. And I might be feeding into the consequences of my actions. Not fun, is it? The consequences of my actions are currently being felt. No, I mean, I like recursive definitions. I probably should have done a recursive function here. I think that would have been the better play. Like, I should have done fetch data as a recursive method, function, whatnot. It worked iteratively. But it does mean that I can only input dictionaries. This isn't built for arrays. I can't input an array. I mean, I could let that happen. There's nothing stopping me from just letting fetch data input an array. If I just remove that, I should be fine. Like, I don't think anything should break. Because if it starts as an array, I'm looking for element 5. It goes down the list. It is an array still, and if it has 5, it doesn't have 5, and it checks if we have 5. You know, yeah, it should work. You know, path is the current level, and then we just get 0. Probably don't need to declare everything up here. I can probably just declare it down here. Next level. And then level we can just declare here. I usually declare things like outside the thing, but it doesn't matter. So for our next element. So the issue is other search issues of like the element not existing. If the element doesn't exist, so let me think. If level doesn't exist, do we have an issue here? I mean, fetch data is going to actually have issues. It's going to return whatever data was here before. I have to make sure that this is actually a perfect search. Well, not perfect search. It has to be perfect or shallow. The issue with shallow search is it can cause issues. So with name 10, for instance, right, we're assuming that element has name. If element doesn't have a name, then we already have an issue. If element doesn't have name, name could be shallow search, but if name doesn't exist, we're also technically shallow. I don't like that. I don't like that. I think that is an issue that I've been having. Let me hold on. Let me test something, right? So if I do search, let me search for nothing real quick. -2. Like if I search for game stat, it gives me game stat. If I search for game stat thing, it doesn't exist. So if it doesn't exist, okay, it is giving me -2, right? Which is technically premature end. It's supposed to be premature end. But it's considered invalid search. I guess it's fine. Work with invalid search. Yeah, okay. Almost at the 3-hour mark of the stream. Wow. This is taking me an hour to think about. This is such a hard question. This is such a difficult question to decide how am I going to approach it. I'm really trying to understand. So, -2 is invalid search. When we have invalid search on our scope, like if we're doing, say, food 10, then we are now also going to reform the question. Well, the question is now empty, and then set it to food 10, and then whatever data we're trying to put here. Right? That is how it works. We reform the question when we cannot find the element. It's actually just really what it is. If I cannot find the element, then we reform the question. So in the case of attributes 5, attributes doesn't have 5. So we reform the question. Attributes fake key. If fake key doesn't, well, if attributes doesn't exist is the question too. If attributes doesn't exist, we then reform the question to attributes, just emptiness, attributes, fake key, 10. Right? Which we wouldn't do it as this. We, of course, again, reform it to become, we would create the JSON element. Attributes is now the key, which then goes to, I don't know, am I doing something wrong? I don't know. The fake key, which is going to be, it's going to specify the object. This is going to be the most difficult part, is creation. Creating all of this is going to be kind of annoying. That's a big question before there. Step by step could still be better. Maybe step by step is still better, and I don't need to fully reform the question. Because the issue with reform the question is with long chains. I don't like it. I don't like it. It's like, the issue with it is that, like, with this data here, editing that to fit into the reform the question doctrine is just a lot of work. I can't just copy and paste the data. I have to create all of those data structures in advance. It saves me a lot of extra search, but yeah, I do have to create all of that. Optimization, optimization, optimization. This is, in fact, where there are a ton of advantages to recursive calling. I don't know what I'm doing. I do not know what I'm doing. This was supposed to be a bit more of a progress stream. It started out well. I mean, we did make all of the unit functionality, which, I mean, this was like very simple. This took like no time at all. And I did make a console command for it, which was pretty good. But getting to just making fetch data, not fetch data, just being able to make the concept of a edit data command on my giant JSON edit stream of doom. Not a fun time. I wonder, there's probably pre-built stuff for this, but I don't know if there is. Like, I don't know if there really is. Like, this is just like something I just came up with, and I don't know if it really does exist. Maybe it does, but I don't know. I'm just kind of figuring out. And eventually I'll understand what I'm trying to do. Which I don't know if I will, because I don't know what I'm doing at all. Let's see. There's like enough dust off of my charging thing. Charging station, whatever. This area is so dusty. I need to like undust it. But at the same time, I'm going to be like going to college in a couple of weeks, so why would I undust everything? It's going to get dusted up and I come back in a couple months. no reason to do that at this point. Yeah, I'm like meant to do stuff right now. I think this code here, I can probably meant to guys, so I'm gonna actually just grab copy and paste this. It's just a really wacky algorithm. There's so many cases, but I mean, it's not that there's so many cases, it's that I don't know how to find a through line through all cases that I can create something strong. The issue is, of course, turning a path, path to dictionary might be a good starting point. Path to dictionary could be a good starting point. Being able to turn a path like this into a dictionary could be useful. That might be better. Because I'm just confused. I'm just confused. What am I trying to create? What am I trying to create? So if I try to make a, on the theory that I try to make a path to object function, how would that help? Right? I mean, it would help on the concept of reform the question, right? So if I just have action, but that's not a thing that's in here. So in that case, right? So we'll find attribute, and this makes everything like a single action accomplishment. Where when we rerun this command with this, then we're instantly gonna go into the element is empty. Oh, but if element is empty, we automatically break. Why? Oh, wait, who? Hold up. That's an incorrect reform the question. Yeah, that's a fake reform the question. We shouldn't be doing that. No, should we? Because empty 10, right? You don't know where 10 wants to go. The theory is that like 10 becomes the entire object. This is now specifying that too. This cannot exist. It would have to be the concept of an object of their key. Attribute would still be the thing for the question. It would then be the case of level if I plus 1 is not in the stack, then we do the implementation. That's how we form the question follows. See? Again, is reform the question necessary? If attribute doesn't exist, then we create attribute. Fake key doesn't exist, right? So when we do next element, we are fetching data for the element at level. If that is an invalid data piece, right? So if fetch data is invalid, right? So, this is the case where we cannot find the element and there is a cascading not found issue. I think in that case, we can still create the element. We just create the object in question. If element is an array, so there is an issue, right, where if we go to something like actions, and then we go to actions, and then we say food, and then we go and we want to set actions food to 10. Food is a key. That is a break. We would cancel in that case. I think this is the better way to run it. We just cascade down. I think cascade down is a better solution. So, in the case of an invalid, we are going to look at this section here, and we're going to see why are we not able to find the element, right? So if we're looking for, if we can't find the element first, we are going to first create that type, and we are going to look at the next element, which is the next level, not the next element, the next level. We're going to look at the next level. If the next level, we know that there's a next level. If the next level is, so first of all, if the next level is going to be an integer, we're going to create an array. If the next level is not an integer, we're going to create a object. Simply as that. So create level for our data, and then our value. That should work. So when we create the level of for a specific data structure, which is going to be array or dictionary, Okay. I could probably have a specific error code for array insert with resize, but I'm not gonna bother. And then we're going to just set the data to that value. Awesome. And in the case that we have a failed creation here, we're going to actually create that level. We're going to create a level. And we can backtrack create level create, but I'm not going to bother with that, I don't feel like. Because let's think about it, right? If we go into the concept of attribute fake key, we're going to first create attribute with the next level of fake key. With a value of null. Right? We're going to start with that. Because we're going to create the level in the data set of attribute. Right? We're going to create the data set of attribute. And then give it the key, the level of fake key, the null value. And then when we continue and we go to the fake key level, we're just gonna know to set that, we find it, and we set it to 10. Simple. Very simple. Very, very simple. Well, actually, well, at this element, right? At this element, we just create the level element. We just create the level of attribute, and then leave it empty. I think. Do we? No. Like if we're looking for attribute, our current level is the entire thing, and we'll add in the new level of data dictionary, which isn't an object. Oh, I'm gonna have issues with that. Oh, I need to make the type. So the value needs to be either an empty object or an empty array, based on what that next value is. So it's gonna be the next. I'm gonna call it next bracket. It's going to be either equal. So our value. If next level dot is valid integer, else make an object. That is the weirdest code for, as a Java developer that I've ever had to gaze upon. Whoa, I did not know you could do these things. Like, oh, it's beautiful. It's beautifully disgusting. Like, yes, the variable next bracket will either be an array if next level is a valid int, or it will be an object. That's gonna be our next bracket. So we basically, so what we're doing is we're fetching data. We're looking for the level attribute doesn't exist, and or it doesn't exist yet. This isn't here. And then what happens? So you're going to see doesn't exist. So, variable next bracket, we're going to make, based on fake key, it's not bounded, we're going to make an object. So, what happens here is we are going to make create level for element level. The value is next bracket. Values of ternary operator are not mutually compatible. I am aware. It's a very weird thing here. It's either an array object or a dictionary object that you create, which makes no sense, but I don't care. The goal is that the value of the level is either going to be an object or a array. But if it's a primitive, you're done. You're just going to be setting an attribute to this, whatever this value is. Which actually, that is kind of a thing. If I do value and I do this, yeah, I assume this is going to be a... If I import this as a string, it's going to cause issues. We're going to have to really test this thing. Oh, I just put some more incompatible ternary. Yeah, it's incompatible. Sorry about it. Next time. And now, this is really nicely compacted though. I got to see this edit data is much better coded than this slop. Like, ugh. I don't like this. This looks bad. This looks a bit neater. This is still pretty indent heavy. This is just terrible though. Like, what am I doing here? This is not readable in the slightest. This needs to be fixed in the future. Not now. I'm not gonna deal with that garbage. So, final thing is, if I find attributes, right? If I find attributes, let's actually go to class. If I am searching for class 10, I want to set the value to 10. If I go here to class does exist. We have fetched the data. Element 0 is going to be canard. If element is 0, it's an incompatible type. If it is an incompatible type, then we are going to erase it. We're going to erase it. To replace canard, in this case, with an array. We're going to make a new array, empty array. And then when we get to 10, we are going to then create everything in here afterwards. So we don't need to do the reform the question thing. The reform the question idea was brilliant, but was not what we needed. So we're good there. Now we have to check compatibility, and I will say compatibility is kind of important. I might make another method for it. Do I want to? I don't know. So if it's not compatible, it's a simple boolean. If it's not compatible, then we erase the data. If it is compatible, we will just, if it's compatible, right? Like if class is already an array, it's already an array, then we're good. You don't have to worry. We're good. We can just pass and just enter and set our element to the next level and we'll continue descending. Which actually is a thing. So when I did create level here, I should probably set element to the next level down. So that's actually an issue I forgot. Element is then going to equal I should probably make level step a thing. Level step. I'm gonna actually make a new function here. So step level is actually going to be what fetch data does. It is going to step down the level. Well, actually, that's kind of what fetch data is. Like, I'm just kind of fetching data. I shouldn't actually make a step level function because I can have some issues. So once we create a new bracket, and then that would now work. We can now assure that that works. Because now we have created the exact level that we're looking for. Otherwise, now we're going to get to the fun part, which is going to be we're now going to look if so it's basically just type verification. So if our next level is going to be an int, if our next level is an int, then we expect it to be an array. Or rather, if it's not an int, then then it has to be an object. If our next level is not an int, it has to be an object. So actually, yeah. So fetch data, element fetch, element 0. So element 0 is whatever is our next level below, right? So if we're doing at this level, if we are at step 1 and we're going to class 10, right? So there's still data more. We're fetching element. The element is this whole thing, and we're fetching our level class, which is going to spit out this array, right? If this array has our next level in it, if our next level is already contained, then we're fine, right? But we don't know that yet. We will find that out later, in the next loop. This loop, we don't need to worry about that. We need to make sure all of our data is functioning as it should. So, here is the operation we must do. If class is what it used to be, right? It was node, right? If it is a primitive value, if our next level, which is going to be if our fetch data is not a dictionary or an element or an array. So I'm just going to make this a thing. Is JSON level. So, if it's not a JSON element, right? If we are going into class in this canard and we need 10, we are now going to have an issue. We are going to have to create a level there. So we are going to, how do I handle this? So element, which is our current level in the data set, our current element is going to be, our current element is still the whole thing. We can descend into the element class. If we descend into the element class, then we would only have canard. So we cannot do that yet. But if we stay up here, what we're going to have to do is we're going to have to do, if it's not a if not specifically element, but if lm fetch 0, which is valid, we know it exists. If lm fetch is 0 is not an element, which is going to be this data here, right? Because we are specifically looking for element level, so we're searching into class and we see canard. This is not an element, then, well, actually, let's see. If it is a JSON level, we're mostly fine, but we do have to do some more verification. If it's definitely not, and we know that we still have, we are guaranteed at this point to have some more data, then we are going to have an issue. In addition, if it's a JSON level, it's not a JSON level, or if you're trying to do an int and it's a dictionary. What's more that if it's an array and not is that correct logic? That might be incorrect logic. I'm not sure. I think this is like incorrect. Trying to remember how this works. So this is not or. Making sure I'm doing my logic right. So if it's not the case, so anytime it's not the case that it's a JSON element, and that it's not an array where... Doesn't sound right. So it's more that if it's not a JSON element, not JSON, if it's not JSON, or if it's an array where it's not valid, or you can just say if it's not a dictionary, or array right? Because really what my current logic is if it's not a dictionary or array, or if it's an array and it's not a level as a valid integer, which is kind of like overwhelming logic that's kind of weird and bad, very overdone logic. I'm trying to remember how you combine everything here. So if it's not a dictionary and not an array, or it's an array, it's an array and not DB. Then if this is ever false, then you're actually in this case. I feel like I'm doing something wrong here. It's been a while since I did like these things. Like I think if you kept doing this, well, at this point, this is not actually a case. I don't know if that's correct, though. I think this is still boxed in. If it's not a dictionary, you fail. If it's not an array, you fail. If it's not a dictionary, you fail. It must be both not a dictionary. So if it has to be a dictionary, it has to be neither a dictionary or an array. If it's a dictionary or if it's an array, you're false. I don't know, but I do like this logic better. If it's not a dictionary or an array where the next thing is valid, it's technically a better thing. I don't know how I get to the same logic, but I feel like this is better. I'm trying to make sure like, my proof is correct. So doing this boolean was kind of stupid. I can probably like, undo a bunch of this stuff. I mean, it's still probably a useful thing to have, but yeah, whatever. And fetch 0. So if it's not the case that fetch is a dictionary, or if fetch, wait, am I actually wrong? If fetch is a dictionary, or let's think of the true case. If fetch is a dictionary, or it's an array with the next level is a valid integer, then we can safely move on. Let's just focus on the positive case. Then we don't have to worry about anything. Like if that's the case, then we're looking at cases where, you know, we're doing class 10 and this is an array. And in that case, we can move on. We are good to go. We can just make element equal fetch. And then continue. In the case that it is not true, then if we have a mismatch, for instance, class is canard a primitive value and we want to set to an array, then we are going to have to make that value change. What function JSON set or was that just create level? Wasn't that just create level? The create level was good. I think I can use create level for that, right? Like I would just create the level of the data which is our next scope, right? And we set that level so we would still do this code. What did we? I feel like we still do this code. Do we not? I might be dumb. Probably am. But how? Why? What? Feels like it's the same, but is it? Because in this case, what am I doing here? I'm seeing that I don't even have attributes, so I create attribute with the thing. But it's like actually the same thing. I would just create class with the thing, with the scope that I'm trying to make. Like scope racing. That is the exact same thing. So I'm going to make a function fetch fail. I'm forgetting. Like, I'm used to always doing. I love doing return booleans. Why do I keep making this mistake? I'm silly. I did fetch pass. I should probably do fetch fail. Yeah, fetch fail is kind of a better way to treat this. Do that. Ooh, right. I need to make sure that when I do edit data, and I'm looking for the next scope, I also have to remember JSON scope. The term JSON. If I ever need it. The send scope. Well, I'm like thinking, and my brain is not thinking properly. My brain does not understand what it's trying to accomplish. What? Let's create a movie failed case, yeah. fetch fail. Or that should hopefully work. I do not know if this works at all, but that should be it. So, to reiterate all of this code that I just created, we're going to, and I'm not going to do the return yet. I think I'll do that tomorrow. I can probably do it today, but this took me 2 hours to design up. So we're going to go down the whole list, right? Edit data. We're going to take some data, usually a dictionary or array, right? We're going to have a path through that dictionary and a specific value. And data will look something like this. We begin. We first split up our path into multiple chunks. If the path stack last value is empty, we will make sure there is the empty element to ensure that it is there. Actually, I don't know. I guess like adding another append. Like, am I adding like 2 empties in here? It's kind of weird. I don't know if I need this script. The script actually might be redundant. I'm splitting by this sign. So if I have like if I have a trailing, I'm just adding an extra empty. Well, that's actually kind of worthless. I can probably remove that. I'll test later. Don't know if it's necessary. But then first we set the element. So element is gonna be our temporary storage thing. For each iteration of our chain down the list, if the level is empty, which means that it's just like nothing, then we just don't care. We're done. We move on. No, also we have to. Oh, we didn't even set the value. I'm just going down the list, but now we have to actually do. I don't create level. I just set the value, which is actually a kind of like. All of this set value stuff here. Is create level the correct terminology? I think it's not create level, it should be called create data. Or is that what this is? Yeah, it's create level, yeah. Okay, well, we should be fine. This should be perfectly functional. So, if the level is empty, then we don't care. There's nothing to be done. There's nothing to go. There's nowhere to go. There's nowhere to do anything. You just kind of tried. But if we are at the end of our road, then we will create our level. If we are not at the end of the road, there's more data to come, then we are going to have to look at the next level. And we are going to have to fetch where we currently are. What is inside of our next scope? When we look at our next scope, right? If our next scope doesn't exist already, then we are going to have to create that scope. Like, for example, in the case of attribute fake key, we have to create the attribute scope. Or, if it is not a valid scope, right? If attribute is actually an array, and we are trying to put in a key, right? Valid scope says that if it has to be a dictionary or an array where the level that we're trying to go to is a valid level. If it's not, then we are going to replace that value, we're going to create the element of attribute or whatever, and then we're going to create the level, and then the next bracket. And then we are going to now refetch the data as our next element. We're going to re-enter that next level. I think this should work. We're going to have to check. Oh, so I should probably return old data. Something like attributes. If I go to class and it's like class like food or something, right? Like that would be the case of class and then food, right? So then we're going to create level of class. Wait. Class with level food, yeah. Alright, there we go, and then... So then if it wasn't fetch fail for element fetch, there you go. That should work. That should be everything for edit data. Still a very beefy piece of code. Like, that's still like 25 lines of code. It's pretty complex at that. But you know. Time to make the console command for this. We're gonna just do it on the base data. We're gonna do it for character first. We're gonna edit character. Because if we can edit character, that's a much more important one. And then we're going to do let's see if this works. Edit unit command. I have no faith in this thing at all, so I'm gonna edit unit A1, and we are going to set the class. We're going to start simple and set the name to food. And then we are going to unit search A1 name. Okay, so nothing happened there. Okay, that's not good. It's a very bad start. We're going to do edit unit A1 name 3. Okay, so it does know where the name is. It can... You can see the name. It is looking at that character. Data variant. We're not making a duplicate, so this should be fine. We should be still at the same reference level. Well, there was a previous value. Previous value would have been hooligan. That's the previous value. So what is the issue? Is an issue with path stack? Nope, it doesn't know that name is there. So we first start with name. Oh wait, is this actually a problem? Ooh, wait, I know what this. It was a not, right? Okay. Edit unit. A1. Name 3. Because it's going. Oh, because it's going. Like, if I remove this, I'm stupid. I'm. Ooh. Edit unit A1. Name 3. Unit search. A1 name. Still hooligan. I don't need this extra empty because it's gonna cause an issue where I'm now looking for the path of thing and then I go to the next level and it's gonna be empty and then it's gonna kill itself. Why did I need that here? I always need an is empty, I guess. We don't need it here. So So theoretically it should be I plus 1, which would be 1 is equal to the path stacks.size of 1. Which means we're now going to fetch data, we're going to look for the old element in an element, which is our data set, and then the level, which is our path stack I, which is going to be, obviously, is going to be I0, which is going to be name, should be fetching data, element name, and then seeing that that is a thing. Okay, so it is shower search, which makes sense. That's not a fetch fail though. Wait, it is +1. Did I shower? That's shower search. That's shower search, not premature end. Wait, wrong? Oh, it's because it's premature end. I'm gonna edit that. Edit unit A1 name 3. And then unit search A1 name. And then if I want to do edit unit A1 name is gonna be set to color equals FF6464 and then bold and underlined and then food and then ununderlined it. Unbold it, uncolor it. I think this is gonna get scrubbed though. Unit search, A1 name. I don't know. Must have been scrubbed. Wait, I'm still getting. Wait, it didn't even change. Edit unit A1 name is 3. I'm dumb. I didn't even read that. Wait, it didn't even change anything. It's still what unit search A1 name? It's unchanged. It's still the same. What? We're getting the old return value. So we at least know that we're getting the return value. The return value is fixed, but not the issue. The issue is when we create the level. So we need to print the element before and then after. Edit unit A1 name is going to set to 3. It remains the same. Why? The value is 3. Okay. Obviously this won't happen. If data is a dictionary, then data level equals value. Oh, it's not even going there. Why? Oh, whatever. What is wrong here? I need to finish this before I move on to anything else. This is like last minute desperation trying to make sure everything works. This should be data. Same difference. Whatever. Edit unit A1 and then I set this to name 3. And it understands that I'm looking for the value name and then thing 3. So why does this fail? Is data not a dictionary? Type of? Okay, what? Oh. What is type 24? Oh, this is important. Wait, what? I can just go to here. 24 is in type object. What's the difference? Wait. But no, what? Oh, but because I messed myself up, didn't I? If this says object, edit date, edit unit, A1 name 3, 24, it is still an object, okay. The issue is that data didn't have a prescribed type. Should be an array or a dictionary. But because I'm editing data from thing, I don't know. Wait, what am I doing here? Let's see. Let's confirm. I want to. I've been streaming for 4 hours. I've been coding for a while. I need to. This has been good. This has been good though. This has been good though. I just don't know why it hates me. I mean, it's a dictionary. Oh, but oh. Arg1. This is of type unit. That's the issue. Edit unit A1 name 3, right? No. What? Wait, but unit list. I'm going to args1. Okay, hold on. Var unit. Unit list item args1 is a unit. So then we have to do unit dot dataset. I was not looking at anything. Edit unit A1. This has to be it, right? Where was the true coming from? Oh, yes. Edit unit A1 name 3. Boom. Yes. Unit search A1 name is now 3. Look at that. We did it. Woo! That was scary. So, what did we learn? I'm bad at type throws, but we now know the issue. We fixed it. The issue all along was that I was throwing the unit object in. And for some reason, because of export data here, it was somehow able to figure that out and figure out that I was fetching data off of it. I don't know how it did that. It was able to get data off of it. Oh, because toString. I don't know, like how? I don't know how it did that, but it did. It was so weird. What's my other print? Yes, it is now a dictionary because I'm giving things properly. So, we are finally able to do something. Edit unit. So now we can do unit search A1 name. Edit unit A1 name to not hooligan. Unit search A1 name. And that is now a functional edit unit piece of code. After so long, It has been done. It has been done. That took me 3 hours almost? I think it did take me 3 hours to complete that. This was actually a difficult thing. I am proud of this. I want to edit this piece of code now to be more concise. Because this was actually pretty good. It's still a very beefy piece of code. There's certainly some optimization that could maybe be done, but this one was good. It's clean. And with that said, I think today has been quite successful. We have added units into the game, and the units can now be manipulated. Their data can now be altered through a crude methodology. So this is now going to begin our next thing, which is going to start working on the sequencer of turns. We're going to add the speed dice functionality, and I'm going to start doing some basic functions. I will be adding actions next and making sure that dice queuing works. I'm going to probably focus mostly on clash functionality, and then we're going to start building up to a functional game system where the turn order will actually work. And then I'm going to also have to get to exporting at some point, but this was very good. Edit data was the hardest part of this today. After that, it should be pretty smooth sailing. I kind of know what to do now after I made the unit system, and I know kind of the how I'm going to structure the rest of my code. This has been very good. But that is everything for today. The ending of this stream was kind of a bit sluggish because I was just kind of figuring out what I even wanted to do. I was just kind of confused most of the way through. But we did it. I mean, this everything was coded. The data tree now has almost 100 lines of code. The console has like 200, I think. 168 actually. Functions now has two more functions. Yeah, I mean, the first hour was so productive because unit stuff was very easy to code. But this one thing about edit data was so hard. All of these slides, I will be posting the 4 slides of today at the end. But that's pretty much everything. I hope you enjoyed, and goodbye.